One.
Good morning.
Good morning, Roar!
Welcome to Resistance Book Club. My name is Keita, and this is
Roar, Princess Lippy Dinosaur.
and welcome to the
Roar!
KuKi MAYhem. Give me a minute.
Why is still KuKi MAYhem?
Yeah, it's the last day of the KuKi MAYhem.
It's KuKi MAYhem day.
The very last day. I am still setting up. Sorry.
Why is still not in the Lisa Ditchy? I want Lisa.
What are you talking about? Yeah, well, that's later.
What about Ditchy?
What do you mean?
I don't want to dimension.
I could just where am I losing? 7 a.m.
Where's no?
How was your day?
It was great. Just rode my bike around town.
Oh, well, you got your locket, so that is something.
Yeah.
Yes, that is something. That is definitely something. And it is the funniest something. But it turns out it was right here the whole time, and I didn't do anything.
There we go.
Fine. You got me. And it was that all over dogs where I knew it was.
So, should I punish you for lying to me or for disobeying my orders?
Let's see.
You cannot punish me more. This
I
situation
wanted to change the graphics.
Alright, fine. But no more lying. No more going
There we go.
unsupervised.
Hey, Cherie. How are
Hey,
you?
Cherie and Roar.
I am still setting up. I'm just.
Mommy's sick.
Oh. She said, "Good morning, Livy."
Good morning, Livy.
No, to you. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Say good morning to Bronte.
Oh, yeah.
Unless he say Roar again.
Well, I'm sure she's saying roar.
Roar!
Yeah. Okay.
Boom. Dum.
Yeah. All right. So, good morning to everybody. Sorry for the slowness. I am really exhausted. I'm really tired. I had a long week because of work and having to move around. She said good morning. She said good morning, Bronte.
Good morning, Cherie and Roar. Dum. Roar.
Yeah.
Dum. Roar. Dum. Roar.
Yeah.
Dum.
And so, yeah, I am somewhat moving slow these days. I am so tired.
You're tired.
I really am.
You're sleepy.
I really am.
You gotta get some rest and said talking to everybody.
I know.
But
just give me a minute.
Try to roar.
I'm gonna go ahead and
look, guys,
do the 2-hour sprint for right now, just so I can get some coffee and get myself together. Because I'm like really moving slow today.
Look at Brownie flipping.
So,
see?
Yes, I know. Everybody sees him. All right. So, I am literally slow moving it. But we're going to get it done.
Yeah! Roar!
We're going to put the 2 hour.
Lucky.
Hey, Livia.
Hey.
How are you?
Hi. Rah.
And
They didn't hear me say rah.
yes, everybody did.
And
And
look.
she said, hi, Princess Livy.
And look. See?
Child. You can never tell her nothing. I know. Yeah. They all see the flipping, child.
And super tall.
Mm-hmm.
Super tall.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this sprint going. I will see you back in 2 hours. And in 3, 2, 1.
Blast
No, this thing didn't. You cannot make this up.
You did that.
Yeah, it did. Good morning.
Good morning, DT.
Oh, you on mute.
No.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Yep, you're on mute. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're crazy. Why are you?
I don't know. She'll figure it out. So 2 hours sprint. How was that for everybody? I went ahead and took a shower, got this one into a shower, and yeah, no, we still can't. Mm-mm. And was knitting and watching The Handmaid's Tale. So now I'm fully done with that whole season. Hmm. So in between,
Can you hear me now? Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Dee.
Hey, baby girl.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
What was you do? Were you doing the diamond painting?
Yeah, I finished it.
Oh, you did?
Whoa. Oh.
I love that one.
That was had skeleton. That was funny.
Yeah,
And the roses.
and the roses. Yeah, I do
Yeah.
like this one. I was surprised by how much detail it has. But I do like this one. I like this
That
one
one
a
is
lot.
my favorite. Yeah. Did the Black Panther one come in?
Yeah, did I have one shown you?
No.
No, I would have.
I'll go up and get it. It's upstairs. I'll go get it
Okay.
and show you. But yeah, it has. I just need to figure out because it's big,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not going to be able to do it like in the way that I do these.
Mm-hmm.
I need to put it
Are you
somewhere
sure?
where it doesn't get
Yeah.
disturbed.
Is this here going to be like one of those, like a month project
Probably.
to do, considering it's bigger?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How was your sprints earlier?
They were good. I managed to I did some stuff around the house. I have to do them in like short bursts. I've noticed like more and more. So I was just saying to my mum because I told you about the dizziness and iron, but like I was saying that even sometimes when I don't do anything and I'm sat, I still get dizzy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's vertigo. I feel like it might be vertigo that I'm suffering from. But yeah, they were good. I'm really enjoying this book, North is the Night by Emily Raff. It's a fantasy. I've literally got like a couple more chapters to go. I am really enjoying it. I feel like I don't know what I expected going into the book. And like there's a lot that's happened in the last couple of chapters that I feel like I might have to go back and listen to it and like properly pay attention. But like I don't know, like you want it to go one way and it's gone another. Now I get why there's going to be a second book.
So if it would have went in another way, would it have warranted another book?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
And so that's the reason for it going.
Because when I heard that there was a second book coming, and I was like, why? But this was before I had read it, so I was like, why is there a second book coming? But it makes sense. And I was saying earlier about like the one thing that I've really enjoyed about this, the pacing I feel is good. Like the last couple of chapters, there's a lot going, so like the tension is high, the suspense is high, but the pacing in the book is really good. The character development in the book is really good. Like the storytelling overall, I cannot fault it. Would I say that I'm still lost in places? Probably, but I think that's more to do with the lore and what it's based on than anything else, because I don't know much about Finnish lore or mythology, and so it's like Oh, okay. So now it's like after I read this, and I'll go back, do a little bit of research on the different gods that they once worshipped or were into and all of that. But overall, I really do enjoy this book. I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. Child, I ain't read anything. I promise you, I ain't read anything. I'm so like, girl, I'm tired.
You've been working. You've been getting
I'm
them coins.
yeah, child. I was like, I don't know about next week, man. They want us to do this whole. Well, it's one is the training, and then the other one is because they're like understaffed. And I was like, nah, I think I'll pass on that understaffed one. Just- I was like, nah, I mean, they ain't my kids, so I ain't really worried too much about it. That's how I see it. Listen, they'll bring other people from all over
To fix
to,
it. Yeah.
help or whatever. But in my head, I'm like, I think I need my peace
Right. I
right
feel
now.
you. Yes. Protect.
And I need to relax a little bit because that training that I did with the infants it
Mm-hmm.
was a lot. Like it was moving a lot of muscles that I ain't moved since having her. That's what it was giving. And so but overall it was fun. Like I enjoyed the babies, of course, but I'm like, I'm not used to being in a childcare
Mm.
setting. So that was the other thing that I was a little nervous about, like going to a place that is understaffed because they'll probably be like, all right, well, here you go. And then just thrust you in there. And then I'm going to be like, I
Mm.
have no clue what to do.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So I didn't want to go into doing that. I think I prefer it to happen when we're in our
Yeah.
own school and handling that. What are you doing? Look like you just ripping up my bag. Okay. I'm like looking at her and she's like destroying my Joanne's bag. Like, what? I mean, if it gets whatever, as long as it's not the Barnes and Noble, but I'm just
What
trying to
you
figure out
doing?
like, what are you doing? Okay. But yeah, so, but I did start the Can't Get Enough. I did start it because I said, by any means necessary, I will start this book. And I did. I said, on my way to work, we're gonna listen to you. On my way home, we're gonna listen to you.
Yeah.
And I sure did. I was so determined. And then I'm up to I'm still in the beginning because apparently like that prologue
Oh,
is
I
kind
haven't
of long.
started it, so
But
I trust you.
oh
Yeah.
okay. the well the prologue was kind of long. Maybe because I have it at a slower
Yeah, because you like
speed
chipmunk speed.
because yeah, but the NetGalley. So if
Oh, okay.
you if you listen to an audiobook on NetGalley, the two don't
Yeah.
really sound like the two
Yeah.
to me. So I had to turn it down. So it's at a 1.5 because even at a 1.75, it was still kind of it was weird. Like listening to what's her name? Wesley
Wesley.
Siobhan.
Yeah.
Siobhan. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to be listening to her at that
Okay.
speed. So I said, nah, I'll just chop it down. Jacoby easy, but for some reason when we get into Siobhan narration, it's a little. She sounds like a little child
No,
sometimes if you put
too
her up
fast.
at a 2.0.
I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you said, I'm trying to think what's the fastest I've listened to both of them. I think it's maybe 1.7, 1.8.
Mm.
Because
Yeah, I
now
can
that you said
understand it.
that, because it's only recently that I've got to that speed. I think because when I listened to definitely when I did Before I Let Go, that was last year, so that was at a 1.4, 1.5, and I think This Could Be Us, I think was maybe a 1.6, maybe. So
Mm.
yeah, I don't think I've listened
Mm-hmm.
to them, and I don't because they normally do books together. I don't think I've listened to anything
Mm-hmm.
else with them in since. So yeah, be interesting.
Yeah, they always getting their coins from this Kennedy
Okay,
Ryan child. I was in my head, I was
somebody
like,
else.
I did no, I actually did ask her. I said, is there a reason why you always pick Jacoby to do this? Because in my head, that's not who I had for
Yeah,
This Could Be Us. It's not really the same,
yeah,
person of when I'm thinking him before I let go. And she's like, I mean, I'm so used to him, and he's always come through. And I was like, okay, I mean,
yeah,
that makes sense. I would like to hear
somebody
a
else.
different, no shade to Jacoby, he does good, but he has such a significant voice that is
Mm,
not who I'm thinking of if I'm thinking of,
the person. I get you.
you know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
I'm trying to think because
Hold on for a minute.
I don't know many
Don't
I don't know many
stop
black or
interrupting.
narrators. The narrator for the Delgado series for Capone and Capadonna. I get why they've used the same one because they're supposed to be twins. It's
Mhm.
Winston. Is it Winston or is that because I'm thinking of the name that he uses in the book? Something. Let me see. I do like his voice. I don't like his accents. I don't think he does accents very well.
Mm.
Who are you? About title details. Yeah, Winston James. So I don't think he's done Mile High. He did. Is it Rugger for Great Huffington? Oh, I have heard him before. So he did Only for the Week. Natasha Bishop,
Oh, really?
and he did Restore Me for J.L. Seegers. Okay.
Okay. I have to read that one because I never read that one. But I did read Only for the Week, but I didn't
Oh, okay.
listen to
I
it. I
listened to
just
the
read it.
audio. I didn't read
Mm.
that because that was when I remember listening to it because that was when were at the house. And I liked Only for the Week, but I also didn't.
Hmm.
Like I think I had such high expectations for it because of all of the hype about it, and I was like, this
Hmm.
man is not that real. Like you can't be for it. Like give me a break, you know. Like that's all every time I was like, this is not real
Like
life.
too
Like
perfect, right?
this is not real
Yeah.
life. Like come on, he is not that great. He please like I
I was, yeah, I was expecting a flaw for
thank you.
real.
Just give me some.
Yeah, but
If she had written a flaw into it, I think I would have had no complaints at all. But it was like this
hmm,
man is not that
hmm.
perfect. Nobody is this perfect.
But I do want to say, like, just reading, reading the person, and as I'm reading him, I'm like, okay, I can see it. Like, it's not that far fetched. I mean, there are
There
some
are.
men that actually don't have a flaw in a way. Like they have a flaw, but it's probably not the physical, like
Mm,
out there
yeah,
in your face. If that makes sense. Like I think a lot of us was expecting like some type of baby
yeah.
mama drama or
Because he's
like something
was he a
that's more
basket?
in
Because
your
he's a
face.
basketball player. Was he a basketball player? No, no, no. He was a
No.
Is it a manager? It was within.
Yeah, it wasn't something that was more of like a
No,
physical thing. It was more of like a
something like yeah,
sale or business
yeah.
type of, yeah. Because in the end they ended up
Yeah.
collaborating if I'm not
I didn't hate it. I'm not gonna lie.
depending on
I
what.
didn't hate it. I
No.
just felt like exactly what you said. I was like, this man is not. There needs to be something. Like
Mhm.
even yeah, and it wasn't even so much her. But even now, I was like, you are
Mhm.
too good. Because if my sister,
Right. Right.
Never.
The sister part
Never.
was like, I don't know. I think that one was so spot on that I was like, yeah, everybody can relate. I can't relate to that. I don't have that issue, but I've seen those in my face, and it's not that
No,
far
no, no, no.
off.
The
Like it's
relationship
such
between the
a
two of them, the
highly
silent jealousy.
depicted.
Nope.
Yeah,
That was yeah.
but for me, all I kept thinking was, you would have never seen my face there. Never, never. Don't ask, don't call. I don't care. I don't care. That would have been me. I don't care. I would have been like, "Who are you?"
And then the mother
Oh.
on top of that. Oh no, baby.
And I don't. Yeah. So that part again, I was trying to understand it as a mom. There was no full
Yeah.
circle moment.
Not near. Not with the. Yeah. No.
And no,
No.
not with the
I agree.
mom. No, because she was on a whole, she was on a whole nother wavelength for me. I was trying to understand it from her perspective because yes, those are her daughters. Yes, she is trying to do the best she can, but it's the problem that I have when the favoritism start coming into play, and I don't like it. It never happened with me and my siblings because my mom never had done that before. So I don't
Yeah.
understand that favoritism, that
Yeah.
dynamic of making one feel
And the
more
other.
guilty
Yeah.
than the other. Like it's just, yeah, it was just so, it was weird, and I was trying to find like feeling it
Yeah.
from her perspective, but I can't because it's like,
I will say, I agree. I
and
don't
what
think she did a
kind of
very
just,
good job of bringing that back around, because that felt like
yeah,
it definitely. While there was a little bit with the fiance and that bit towards the end, I still was like, I still feel so uneasy with this whole thing. But to be fair, it's a short book. It was a quick read, so I'm guessing that's probably
mhm,
why. But
mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, but I still think that you could have brought it for full circle even in a shorter amount of pages. It's just certain parts of it I feel like she could have brought it home. You know what I mean? Like it still could have hit if at that pivotal moment, if you know what I'm talking about, would have made it to where now it's all three of y'all, the mom, the daughters, and then making her understand the error of her ways because she was the
yeah,
enabler.
it never
Like
happened.
if that would have happened and then we get to that
Yeah,
epilogue, I believe there is one, and then just kind
bring
of like understanding where we're coming
yeah.
back together, we're trying to work together, we're trying to understand. But that epilogue said a lot. Like, nah, we still
Mm,
the same. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess if it's gonna take this long, she may not even care,
mhm,
you know, to even rectify
yeah.
the situation of which you like. You don't want to raise these daughters. Like, you don't see the problem in what you just did. Like, hey, all right. First off, as a mom and seeing that she went ahead and took that bid, that would have, I don't know about you, that wouldn't have sit right with me. You wouldn't have seen him again, to be honest. I would have been like, why is he here? Okay. What?
It made listen. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, because it does, but
It
it was
does.
to me it was
It's
the
disgusting.
overlap, because it was too quick.
Yeah, it's the
It was too quick of an
it,
overlap.
well, I mean, if you really think about it, technically it wasn't because from our understanding, this overlap has happened for like a couple of months
Mm,
to a year, to be honest. Like they were
yeah,
doing the thing. And then some could be said like at what age now? because that overlap sounds like an age problem. So with that being said, as a mom, like I would have questioned it, and then this here would have been deaded
So
long
much
time
so.
ago. Because, and then if you still wanted to go with him, then
I
there's
think
the
maybe,
door.
yeah,
You
I think
go right
maybe
out.
that was my problem with it from like the beginning. Like I was like, so everybody loves this book, but we're not going to pick out the small little issues with some of these
Problem.
relationships. Like I think that was my thing with the book as overall, and why I was like, so what about it? Are we like, yeah? So Ren said Rome was some type of businessman. Yeah, like I don't know.
Oh, okay.
And this I've said this so many times. While
Hmm.
I love books to have that fictional, non-believing, it ain't never gonna happen kind of feel to it. There are some books,
Hmm.
especially the way that they're written, that they
Hmm.
there needs to be a little bit of reality sewn through it. And I feel like this was one of them, you know, if that makes sense. Like, for example, the
Yeah.
Elgato series, ain't nothing about that realistic. Ain't nothing about it realistic. I mean, as in, I don't know if it is because, boy, I ain't in that
Right.
world.
Like
But, you know, so I'm going to take it for what it is. But
for what it
but
is.
this
Yeah.
was dealing on certain issues. Like, for example, okay, let's take Kennedy Ryan, the Skyland series. That
Go, go.
the
I'm
the the I remember saying to Keita and Jaleesa when we discussed before I let go, one of my major issues was the was Yasmin not fully ex I don't want to spoil it. Basically, what Soledad did for herself, I wanted Yasmin to do for herself. And I love the way that This Could Be Us kind of explored that whole idea of dating before moving on. But anyway, yeah, it was a whole thing.
Hold on for just a
Sure.
minute. Hold on.
I was happy to see Janelle experience an unconditional. True, Rome. That is true. Yeah, in a way, but it was very unrealistic. And Rome having no flaws and her mom and sister having so many was a little too exact. That's it. I think you hit the nail on the head with that. I feel like that is exactly the issue that I had with it. Like she needed to experience that unconditional love, but she the balance was just so off. It was so off. But yeah, definitely. But it was a cute read or whatever. I feel like reading books that I do have that unconditional love is good, but just like you said, it
Sorry.
was the unbalanced part of it. Mm-mm.
Hmm. Yeah. I'm sorry. You were saying about the
No,
Soledad
I was saying
story.
about how when we talk about like fictional books and because I have a thing about people wanting there to be a happily ever after in books. I don't always
Hmm.
feel like that's necessary. Sometimes have your heart
Hmm.
broken all the way through
Hmm.
to the end because that's realistic. But
Right.
like for me, one of my main issues with Yasmin was that I didn't feel like she really looked into herself. Fair enough, she had done the counseling and the therapy and all of that, but I really didn't feel like she had gone into herself enough
Hmm.
or explore something outside of her and Josiah's love. Like
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
wanted her to really date,
Right.
like what Soledad did. I wanted for
Hmm.
Yasmin, and that's why I
For
think
Yasmin.
one of the reasons why This Could Be Us is one of my favorite, because exactly
Hmm.
how, like, if you think about Soledad in This Could Be Us and her treatment, where was it Edward, the husband, the,
Hmm.
we aren't going to talk about him, but his treatment of her and how she like you see how that's affected the character and the woman, and not even it's the woman, the mother, the wife, like each of those individual parts of her, you see how that's been affected, but then you see how she literally puts them back together, and she's allowed to do that, you know. And I just normally books will do, they'll skim over one or two of them and concentrate on like maybe the love aspect of it. But with Soledad, it did not do that. And that was, if anything, was one of the things that I absolutely loved about This Could Be Us, was that whole dating yourself, knowing thyself, knowing that your value as a person, not as a wife, not as a mother, not as anything else, but as a person, was so needed. But yeah, we need this type of book.
Yeah. I hold on for a minute.
Let's have a look. What did Ren say? Ren said it's definitely a book for enjoyment with both love and drama, and maybe standing up for yourself more when it comes to family in terms of dealing with toxic family, which I assume the allure of the book is the self-love. The main character finds herself and letting go of toxic relationships with her family, which could be the most relatable aspect of the book for some people. But I agree, it's still a very enjoyable book. I think I gave it 4 or 4, but yeah, I think I did 4 for only for the week thing. Yeah, because it was still it's to be fair to Natasha, because I think that was her debut. Was that one of her? Was it her debut? So
yeah, I believe it was. I mean, it was a good, if it was a good first starter. It had everybody talking about it. I think how we're talking about it more in depth needs to happen more, because so that way you can pick at it to get the understanding as to what is working and what isn't working. And as far as like when we was talking about Before I Let Go, I believe the whole moral of that story is it better to be married or not to be married? And even though we would have wanted her, Yasmin, to date others, she's more of a family person, so to speak, to where marriage is always on the table. So, but I think for her, the question was, is she better off being married, or is she better off just not being married but being in a committed relationship with Josiah? As far as for Soledad, yeah, that one is completely different because for Soledad it was more self-discovery, because she needed to understand that her worth was being diminished by this one man, and Josiah never diminished Yasmin. Okay, so I think like that's the part that we have to, separate from those two. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I get the dating part. I just think that for Yasmin, it maybe wasn't so much as the dating. I think she's always had wanted to be in a relationship.
She definitely has her. It's funny because you could definitely tell that with Yasmin, her identity was kind of caught up in the fact that she was a mother, or she is a mother and a wife. Whereas with Soledad, she kind of lost herself in those aspects, and it was finding who is she outside of being a wife and a mother. So yeah, they were two sides of the same coin, so to speak.
And then say if Soledad had went through the same thing that Yasmin had went through with said thing, she would have done, I promise you, would have done everything she could have to stay with her annoying husband.
Yeah, they wouldn't have got divorced.
So
yeah.
Right. So because of
what? I got
ooh, nice. Are they sweet? Are they sweet and juicy?
Yeah.
Nice. I ain't got no strawberries.
Yummy
Yummy and yummy.
And you like strawberry?
I do like strawberries. I ain't got none though. I'm trying to place a little order shopping because I don't want to leave my house.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
mm,
Good.
goody.
Yeah. But I do believe that, yeah, if she would have continued to date Yasmin, if she would have continued to date
Counseling
that
the mayor, yeah,
guy,
yeah.
maybe it would have worked, but she wasn't giving her all. It was just more of they just needed to find themselves back towards each other. But again, it's more of like she's more in a committed relationship type of person, and to me, it felt right for the question to be asked if, you know, should we just be married or should we just be lifelong partners? Which one is more better? So that way our relationship dynamic can grow better into being not just business partners, but just also being
Yeah.
partners towards each other. Like it was just a whole lot of moving parts, but totally understand like if she would have dated, but I think it was just like the love was
Yeah,
always there. The love was always
definitely,
there.
and
Love was never a
that's what
problem.
yeah, and that's why I'm saying with certain books, that element of being like the fictional part or the unrealistic part of it, I definitely, because it happens,
Eat.
you know.
Don't worry.
But
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah. I really, yeah. And then now with Hendrix, we'll see how that one goes. Because
I've just been seeing
I
like little
know
people's
all I
comments, but I'm trying not to read too much because I can't wait for Hendrix's story, baby.
I I stayed away. Wait, no, I stayed
Saying
away from
the last
from
few
that
weeks,
chat. Yeah.
I
Oh
feel
my
like I want to.
god. But everybody is posting. So that was another reason why I was like, you know what? Let me just start it now and then try to get some headway into it because I still got to finish S.A.
Okay.
Cosby's book, The King of Ashes. So I gotta finish that because I'm halfway there. Funny enough, that one is slightly
Oh,
different. He went in a little bit of a
okay.
different direction with this one. So I'm intrigued to see where this one here goes because I don't know where this is going. It seems like somebody else, like a side character, maybe. But you won't understand what I'm talking about. In my head, I'm thinking of what is possibly going on. Yeah, the strawberry.
But that's so funny. But like,
Hmm.
yeah, I didn't see this coming. Like in my head, where this was going to go, this was not where it was. That's
Yeah,
like this book. That's
no.
North is the Night, because I was like, okay, so Emily Raff, she likes to write a little bit of spice into that. Where is this coming into it? But it's also Suffolk. So I was like, how are you going to merge the two together? Like I said, these last couple of chapters have been, there's been a lot happening, and I'm like, where are we going? You know, because
Right,
I
right.
said in my sprints how there is there's the one of the male characters, like you just want to sit there and go, he's a good man, Savannah, but at the same time you want to say, I don't know if that's a good man for you, you know.
Right.
But at the same time you're like, you could just, oh yeah, it's like, it's
Yeah.
how do we move on from this? Because, but yeah,
Hmm.
I like them kind of books
Wow.
where they'll be like,
It's
okay,
I
just
do
taking you
too.
along,
Yeah, like
and
I
then you
do
get to
too.
a point and you're like, oh wait, hold on, yeah.
Yeah, like I do too. Can you stop? Go and sit over there, please. Sit over there. You're driving me. You're driving. Thank you. I appreciate you. Um, Jesus, I lost my train of thought. Lord Jesus, the brain fog. I promise you, it's so inevitable right now. Bless me. But yeah, I do love those. In my head, the way you was talking about that book reminded me of the TV show a little bit, not a lot, but just like the moving parts of it, of like you with someone, but you don't know if this is the right person, and then you end up being with the person
Mhm.
who is the one, and is reminding me of Sweet Magnolias
Okay, I haven't
on
seen that. I haven't seen
Netflix.
the new. So
Yeah.
whenever I think of Sweet Magnolia, I think of the movie. Is it the 90s or the 80s movie? I always think of that. But yeah,
No, it's good, child. Let me tell you, I done got my husband into Virgin River and that one.
see,
Okay, he will
yeah,
sit there and be
Kida's
like,
got me wanting to finish The Handmaid's Tale, but at the same time, my heart can't take. My heart can't take
"Girl,
it. I stopped. I had to go
no,
and look at where I stopped, and I think I'm on season 5. It's either season 5 or the end of season. No. Season it is season 5 because of what happens to Frank. I already seen that.
no, we gotta get into
I
season
can't.
six,
I
girl."
can't. My heart. Listen, the way that the Handmaid's Tale, the
Listen,
way that it plays on my, it's. I feel like it's one of the few shows that I literally sit there with my hands in front of my
listen,
face. Like I
and
can't.
listen. That ending
But season
was
6 is
like,
the end, right? They're not doing another one.
yeah, they are. Yeah. Because when you see the ending, you're like,
Really? No.
yeah. I was sitting there like,
No.
I wanted to cry. Like I really did, only because
No. The show done made me cry many a time. I don't want to cry. I don't. I'm
no,
afraid.
remember what I said. Remember the
I
objective,
know.
right? Because who is the person that we haven't seen in a long
Mm-hmm.
time, right? So we taking it back. I promise you, when you see that ending, you're like,
I don't want to. Keita, what are you doing? Because like Keita like really just sent me messages and I was like, oh in there.
you saw me
I
get
was
off,
like, let me,
right? I
I've
have
pulled
to
it up. It's on the thing. That's what I was saying. I was trying to figure out where I
I'm
stopped.
like,
And I was like, oh
it was two major things that happened, but that ending, I was like, no way, no way, like no way. I wanted to cry because no,
okay, yeah.
we've come so far. How can I say? We come so far that as the years gone by, we have not
Right. Okay.
known. Okay, so that's as far as I can go. Did was the presence real?
Oh, don't say that. No. So I'm on season 5, episode 5. That's where I stopped.
Girl, just remember what I said. We haven't seen this person in a long time now. We haven't seen this person in a long time. And just that part alone of feeling that, see, that's a mom. Like that is a mom. Like when you feel she felt that. That's the drive that a lot of moms would feel. That's a drive. Now we're in it. We're in it. But let's just say that a lot of journeys have come to its fruition. I'm gonna say that, but that ending was the driving force for
Wait, is this
what is to happen.
is episode 5 the season finale or there's more to come? Are they doing it like they did before, like a
No,
two-part?
we on season. No, it's season 6. That was episode
Oh, so
10.
we don't have
I
we
believe
don't
it's
have it
episode
out. It's not out here. So we only have up to
10.
episode
Wait,
5
hold on.
here.
I think I'm lying. I think
Okay, I guess I know what
it's either episode 10 or
I know
episode
what I'm
12.
doing
It's
for the
something like
rest of.
that, but it's season 6. But yeah, and I can't even tell you about the other one because those journeys, yeah. Oh, and then somebody came back. So that's all I think I can say. Yeah, somebody came back. Mm-hmm. That one we haven't seen either in a while. But yeah, yeah, I know. I know. To be honest, at the very ending, I'm surprised Luke did what he did. I'm surprised he did that. But then again, I feel like there's something more. I don't know. Yeah. So we on season 6, child. Like, yeah. That joint was everything. It was everything. I ain't even gonna hold you. That was so good. I thought it was gonna happen for this season, but
Yeah. So
no.
yeah, I'm on season. Oh God.
I told I ain't kidding now. When I tell you it's
No,
right.
I know.
I don't ever
I know. I was like, there was a reason I stopped. I didn't even stop. There
I
was a reason
know.
I
It's
paused
like
because my heart. I am.
I'm telling
I
you.
am. I be feeling all of the feels whenever I watch these things. I be feeling like I'm in it. Like
Right.
I'm trying to run
I'm
away.
telling
I'm trying
girl.
to crawl through them bushes. Yeah.
Right. No, girl, I'm telling you. When you get into this one, your heart, you're gonna need a
I'm gonna cuss
Kleenex
you
and
out.
everything.
I swear to God. I was
And I'm gonna be all right with it. I'm gonna be all right with it. Cause I'm gonna be like, see, I told you.
gonna send you them messages, cussing you. Gina, what did you
I know you
do?
are. Yeah, I know. But when you get to it, you're gonna be like, no, no, what
Oh,
is going on? But yeah, that one, I'm telling you, you see that, and then my heart just skipped beats because I was like, oh, child, what is going on? Yo, it's wild. Hey, Christina. Oh my God.
I need to do my
She
hair.
hears
That's
you.
really what I need to do today.
Yeah, I gotta. Oh, what I have? I know I have to go. We gonna take a walk for a little bit and then come back. Um.
Have you
Oh,
read
child.
Alice?
What else?
Okay.
No, I haven't. But I keep seeing that. Which one is that?
This is the something can fallen. The faithful and the fallen. So Ren has told me to give the audiobook another go for it.
I've seen that. Yeah, everybody keeps saying that author is
Yeah.
really good.
Um,
Yeah,
I tried listening to
I
it the
might give
other
it a
day and I
try.
couldn't get on with the audio, so I was like, okay. And then Kelly was saying
Hmm.
that with epic fantasies, it's better off to read them with your eyes. But Ren has said to give it another go with the. I think I'm gonna
Hmm.
try because I've split it out. I've split it out, so I might try and
Yeah, I was noticing
immersive
it. Yeah.
immersive read it.
Okay.
And then I'll
No
probably
problem.
slow the audio down for this as well. That might be the other thing.
Yeah, just to get it, get into
Oh
that
yeah.
pace of it. Yeah, I would do the
Okay.
same thing. Girl, I just went ahead and just started reading Oathbound. I said I'll skip Bloodmark. That is like the most weakest book
Yeah, but
ever.
you've already read
I
them.
can't.
That's why.
I know. It was just like
But you're just gonna tat it up, no?
I was, and then Dee Dee, it's the weakest book of the. I didn't feel like it. I said okay. I mean, to be very honest, like I remember every single detail in that
Then
book. So once I got into Oldbound, I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, I figured this is where we're gonna be starting off at.
Oh no! So wait, but you've read Oathbound when it came out, or you wanted to go back to? Oh, okay, I get you.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, and then I said, no, I can't do this to
I feel
myself.
you.
I'm gonna cry if I go ahead and read Bloodmark for real. So I went ahead and read the prologue because I remember the prologue
Yeah.
was really good. That one was really good.
Mhm.
That prologue in Bloodmark, I love that one. And then because it makes sense at the
Okay.
end. Okay, and then so getting into Oathbound, I was surprised there was no prologue, but then I can understand it because we're picking up off of Bloodmark, so it literally
Straight
like
into
jumps right
okay.
into. Mm.
Okay.
And then I was like, okay, now I just went ahead and we just gonna read it.
So
Yeah,
I
that's all I have.
when am I gonna? I really need to figure out like what my reads, how the rest of the year are gonna look like for some of my reads, because obviously I've said that I wanted to read more fantasy, so I got my
Hmm.
fantasy there. Um,
There
I
you
wanted to
go.
do my classics. I don't think I've read as many classics as I would have liked this year.
Didn't you have
Yeah,
one?
but that's
The Les
that's just
Mis, right?
one. Just one.
Oh, you was trying. How many classes were you trying to read?
Not in. Maybe I might include that, but like at least three, at least three. Yeah, I want to get into my classics bag. Yeah, three. So
We'll do
I
one.
mean, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
I will do one. Look, how far? Come on, how far have you gotten in that one?
I am
You
behind.
know,
I'm not even gonna front on you. I am behind,
yeah.
but um, yeah, it's like we should be like halfway through now because it's six because it's literally a
Mm.
chapter a day. But
Oh, okay.
I have somebody was talking in sprints recently about um 20,000
About
leagues under
20,000
the sea.
leagues.
Yeah. So I've got there's that
I have that.
and also um Moby Dick. So I might
Okay.
because this was Nicole's the book club book for
Hmm.
Nicole, noteworthy fiction.
Hmm.
So I
Hmm.
didn't get a chance to start this. Yeah, no,
Start that one. Are you doing? So you reading the same ones that Nicole is
because I'm
doing?
part of her book club. So I'll join in every now and again with the book clubs because I had Moby Dick from I think I picked it up last year because it was like I said like, me trying to get back into the classics. I really wanted to get into it,
Hmm.
and I haven't picked up any vampire law. I need to get on Jaleesa's because we were supposed to read the Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice this year.
Mm.
So
Have fun with that one. Hmm. Yeah. You already know how I feel about that
I do,
storyline.
I do.
I'm trying.
I
I'm trying to give it the love that it deserved. But you know what? I think when I read, I mean, not read, when I watch the interview with the vampire, the new one, maybe I will like
mm.
it.
But people have
Maybe.
said that it's very different to the books. So, but then there are some people that say that excuse me, it kind of leans into it, especially like obviously the relationship between Lestat and Louis.
Mm,
So
I just can't get behind the little girl
yeah,
one.
well, she's most definitely she's very much aged up in the show. So,
Yeah, no, and that's why I said I think I'll probably be more receptive
yeah,
to that one. But even still, like it,
bitter
like it,
taste. Yeah,
I don't even know
yeah.
how I feel. Yeah, I mean, and I know a lot of people would like to compare that to like Twilight and whatnot, but at the end of the day, like Bella is a teenager who is about to age into 18. So
I mean, just by nature of what vampires are. There's always going to be an age gap, but it's
Right.
how it's handled.
But this one here it was a little girl.
Yeah.
Like, this is a little girl.
Yeah,
So
like,
it's
this is
like, okay.
yeah.
It's getting weird at this point.
But I think yeah.
I'm
No, because it was the. Listen, I mean, I'm saying this. I haven't read them, so these are all guesstimations on my part. So I will probably have a better understanding kind of thing once I'll have to chase Lisa.
I mean, also too, the same could be said about Octavia Butler's book Fledgling. Like, that's the same, and I was having a hard time too reading it, so my mind kept on politics more than it was kept on that.
I haven't read any Octavia Butler yet. I know Jen is currently reading Kindred, which I've got. Molly just finished Wild Seed, I want to say. But I have Octavia definitely on my TBR. So I like I said, I need to figure out the rest of the year.
Yeah, I only read the Fledgling, Parable of Sour, the graphic novel, which I thought that was good, and the first book in the African Immortals. African Immortals, you could tell that was her first book. Right. I was struggling a little bit in the book until when I finished the book, and then there was the interview that she did. And then when she was talking about the book, and then I said,
"Oh, it makes sense now." Right? Okay. Did you read? I can't remember if you read Immortal Dark. You didn't read Immortal Dark yet. Oh, you did. You liked it, right? Yeah.
I liked it, but I think that one is better consumed reading physical than it is audio.
I think maybe is that the one?
The audio book will have you in sleep.
Maybe that's the one.
Yeah,
you told me to read.
Yeah. Because I told y'all, I was like, nah, I think I'm gonna just get the physical and just read it, because the first time reading it or listening to it, I was like, man, like, these are some good parts, but I don't think it's receiving well audio. And then I'm thinking in my head, like, I think I really need to read this as a physical, because it's like I'm zoning in and out, and I'm trying to hear what's really going on, and I feel like I'm missing good parts or good elements in there. So yeah, that one I think should just be consumed physical at this point. I just wanted to say, hey Jen, because I saw her earlier, and then you read all the rest of these, right? Of what Ren was saying.
Up to
the part.
Up to the 4.5. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And excuse my voice, I am still coming off of this cold. Lord Jesus, bless me. Lord, I tell you.
Yeah, Ren told me to reread to give Malice another go. I'm gonna give it Ren. I'm gonna definitely do that for you. I'm gonna give it another go.
Right.
I'm open to it. I feel like because I'm not a fantasy reader, sometimes I really do. I lean into a lot of what other people say in terms of how to read it, because sometimes, like, not being intimidated, but sometimes if I feel like if I come up against like a hurdle, I'll just put it down. Like I found that with Wheel of Time, that ain't gonna be no quick read. I realized that like really quickly for me, that with those kind of books I have to take my time. And with the because I feel like over the last few months I've gotten so used to. I was starting to say I'm an audiobook princess, right? I've just got so used to listening to audiobooks that it's almost like I'm letting the audiobook tell me the story, whereas I need to kind of sit with the words and let my imagination go a little bit. So Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna give Malice another try.
Yeah, give it another try. I mean, I kept seeing of Malice, like, or just I think he has a trilogy, if I'm
It's
not
4
mistaken.
books. So I know. So I think it's. I can't. I don't know whose book club it is, but I think it's the. What do they call it? Is it the catch up book club or something like that? So they are reading the series, and they were just reading. They just finished. Excuse me, Ruin. So I think they're on to Wrath right now.
Okay.
And then I think
Okay.
there's somebody else currently has just picked it up. But no, I've heard good things about Mad. Even before that, I'd heard good things about it. So
Yeah.
I'm here for it. I mean, I bought these at the beginning of
Right.
was it beginning of this year or the ending of last year? So I've been knowing. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a go.
It's the
I
same.
also
Like,
picked
I
up
heard about that, and then
yeah.
that.
What's the one that I said I told you about with the dragons, the Black Author?
Oh yeah, the Evan Winter one. Yeah,
Yes.
I was about
Yeah.
to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I went ahead
That's
and bought that.
oh, you
I
did?
saw that
Okay,
and I was
good.
like,
Okay,
yeah,
good. 'Cause I
from
got the
the
audio, but I want to get the books because that one I've heard so many good. Like I don't think I've come across one review of it that has not said how good it is. But again, it doesn't have the hype that it deserves, which is crazy to me.
nothing was being said that this was a black man. I think that was the first and foremost. I was really surprised that even from a lot of booktubers that they wasn't highlighting like this is a
Mm,
black author who has really written. I'm not saying that we always have to do that, but I have not come across any other black authors that write in
style.
this particular genre.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, we actually have that. I did not know. And then so for me to even pick this one up,
Yeah.
what? Like, of course I'm gonna pick it up. It has
Yeah.
dragons. It has dragon in the title, so you already know that I'm
Yeah.
going to get it. And that was that. So yeah, no, I'm excited to read that one. I believe I believe from the last time that we talked about the Evan Winter one, they were saying that there was a third book coming out
Oh,
to the series. So that's why I was like, okay, see, if we're
okay.
gonna do this, we need to start this now because I don't know when.
Yeah.
Let me get the first and the second one out the way, and then we'll be waiting for the next one
Okay.
to come out
Let
because
me
I
let
don't know.
me
But yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna read some of the comments. Christina said, "Remember to get your ticket stamped with the tap to the like button and pick up your transfer coupon by hitting subscribe. And be sure to stop by the bar car and get some hydration in. Also, if you stop by the dining car, let us know what you had. Post pics in the Discord. Crafty Crafty Custards stop by the hobby car, post pics of your projects in the Discord too. Yes, please do. And she also posted the boot camp readathon announcement and co-host TBR videos playlist, which is happening starting June 1st, which is tomorrow. Alicia came in. I know I said hi to her. She said, I'm still here lurking, did some budget
Hey,
stuff.
Keisha.
Alicia.
Hey, Alicia.
Cleaned up desks, updated all three planners, and started working on my diamond painting. Ooh, and let us know what kind of diamond painting you are doing. Um, Ren said The Faithful and the Fallen is my favorite fantasy series. I started this year. Christina said Coda is the final stop on the KuKi MAYhem train arriving at 2 p.m. EDT. Sure is. And then put up the schedule for the KuKi train schedule, which is the 24:31 KuKi sprint. Ren said, I prefer the audio because I can't read the Gaelic/Welsh names and statements in the book. I completely agree. It's almost the same way as Legendborn because there's a lot of Welsh names, but what I do appreciate is that Tracy Dion actually puts
you know
how to
yeah.
pronounce it. And I was like, girl, I would have just said it
Yeah.
any old type of way. trying to figure that out. Ren said hoping to start Legendborn and Ember in the Ashes this year as well. I do have to say, Ember in the Ashes is actually really good.
So I was supposed to read that as a buddy read with my bestie. My bestie don't read. I should have known better. And the irony is he was the one that picked that book. I bought it, he didn't.
What is going on?
Peter, out of all of the books that he...
Is this the same one?
Out of all of the books that he... Bearing in mind, majority of the books, he picks them. None. Not a single one. I told, like, he tried to fix his mouth the other day to say, so what book are we? I said, don't you even dare. Don't you even dare.
You gotta start at least one, child.
I said, finish I said, finish one of the books that we done mentioned before.
Right.
So
before we,
Yes, I know. Embers in the Ashes. I've got that as well. So let me know when you're reading it, and I'll let you know. We can talk.
Yeah, go ahead. I might just end up reading. Wait, is it that one?
I'll show you, Michael.
It's a Tabasa here, right? No, you know what? I read her other one. We do have to read that one. Okay. I read her other one. The other one was really good. And then I ended up reading the graphic novel of that book. And then I thought it was good too. So the Ember and the Ashes we'll read. We could read that. Yeah. I just have to get the audio. But yeah, I did have it as a library haul, but I never got the chance to read it. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Okay. Dang, y'all cover is different. She goes ahead and start putting.
I feel like I like your covers better than these ones. Yeah.
Oh, you do? You know. Yeah. I mean, just by looking at that, it might have something to do with the story. To be honest, because the covers of the ones that we have here in the US, it's just regular. Yeah, I don't know. Ren said I was also supposed to read all of Lord of the Rings this year, but I only read The Hobbit so far. We'll move on, because or else we'll be talking about something else that I would be like, nah. Livia said, I finished to edit my video, but I have to do the thumbnail. You better get the thumbnail going, child, because we know how long those things take. Ren said, I'm not a big fan of vampire stories, but I'm really interested in reading Blood Moon by Brittany S. Lewis, and then maybe one day I'll read Anne Rice. Yeah, I'm definitely getting Blood Moon. That cover,
I didn't get the arc, so yeah.
Girl, she denied me too. It's okay though. It's okay. I still support you, because it will be my first time actually reading from her. Like, I never read anything from her. Ren said, I also really want to read this Ravenous Fate by Haley Dennis. That one is good. That one is good. I had to buy that because I really had wanted it on my shelf, and it's a queer book too, so it's definitely really good.
That's another one where I prefer the US cover to the UK. Yeah.
Wait, in the Barnes and Noble, like the cover of it, like certain stuff, like it's like more shinier on the cover. I was like, this is so cute. It's the same thing with the other one that I picked up. They Bloom at Night. Train. I forgot how you pronounce their name. Train Chang Thing. I believe that's how you pronounce their name. The what is she from? Singapore, I think. I'm not too sure. I know
the name of the book.
They Bloom at Night. Let me know. I think
Oh, I know it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yes. So you see how there's the bubbles, the water bubbles? Those pop out on the cover. Yeah, it looks so cute. Like, it's really good. But yeah, I'm so happy I got that book, because I actually really enjoy She Is a Haunting. And even though it's YA, because I know a lot of people don't like YA, but I enjoyed that gothic horror for sure. Molly said, "Hi, I've just arrived. Yeah, recently finished Wild Seed, loved it, and now I'm reading Parable of the Sower." Yes, yep. I have not read Wild Seed. I do want to read it because it is part of the Patternist. Um, I think it's a duology or a trilogy, one of them. But I definitely want to read it. She's Molly also said, "I didn't realize Wild Seed was part of a series, first chronologically, but last written and the best according to some people." Well, then I definitely will need to read that. Yep. Ren said, "Yeah, catch up book club with Becca in the books, and Claire is doing a Malice readathon if I remember correctly." Mm. Molly said, "Ren, I recommend the early Rice vampire books, but she gets too enamored of them, and they're a bit Mary Sue later on. But my rec is from reading them in the late 1900s, so take with a pinch of salt." Got it. Understand. I get it. I can actually sense that in that comic book for sure. That there was a fascination to the vampires. Ren also said, "I've heard great things about Rage of Dragons. It's also on my list." Yeah, definitely. And Christina said, "Okay, I have coffee now. Girl, I need coffee too, but my throat is killing me. So I was drinking tea." Ugh. And then Christina said, "Hi to everybody." Molly said, "Watch out. Not every book with dragon in the name have dragons. There's a science fiction book called Dragon's Egg, where the egg is the neutron star." Mm. That is, yes, I do know that. But from the reviews, they said there's dragons. I made sure. Because I was like, I'm not picking it up if there isn't any dragons in it. I promise you. It wasn't going to happen. Um, Alicia said, "Hey, little one. Sorry, I forgot her name. Oh, Princess Livy." No worries. And Faithful Duo said, "Hi, Christina." Christina said, "Hi, Princess Livy." And then Ren said, "A Song of Legends Lost by M.H. Allende." I believe that's how you pronounce it. It's also on my list for this year. There's not many Black female authors writing epic fantasy, or at least not at the forefront of the genre. So I'm super excited for it. Actually, there is. There's plenty. I've been on that. I've been on that epic fantasy journey. I promise you. Which one is that?
Yeah.
Is that it? Oh my god. There we go. Oh my god. Let me see the side. Oh yeah. Yep. That look good. That look good. Mm-hmm. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This should be. I didn't realize that this was a female author. So Ren, you did one further than me. This one, yeah, this.
I need to get up on that one.
We have to. We're starting. Is it next month? Is it July or is it June that we're supposed to be starting the final strife and all of that? July.
No,
Okay,
July.
cool.
Mm-hmm. But I think I told you I went ahead and ordered it.
You did.
So it should be coming soon. There's so many, Ren. There is. It's just it's not highly publicized. That's all. But there is so many, and it depends on the type of epic fantasy you're looking for, because we have so many African authors who do epic fantasies. We have so many Black African Americans that also do epic fantasies. So it's just like really depending on which one
get into.
that you are
N.K.
looking for.
Jameson. I definitely want to try and get into into
Sci-fi
that,
and
but
and you know I read majority of her books, so and when it comes to N.K. Jemisin, that one is more, she's more sci-fi heavy. Like there's more sci-fi than there is epic fantasy, but you really are getting the best of both worlds. Like another one would be like the one that we're going to be reading, The Final Strife by Sarah L.
Yeah.
Arifi, like you could take either or, The Final Strife or Feybound, and that there's your epic fantasy right there. Um, Even the one that I did the art train for, but that one is not coming out until October. The
Mm.
Firstborn
Oh
of
yeah,
the
yeah. I got that one as well.
that one,
The Arish.
um Marvelous, I believe that's her name. Marvelous, I forgot the last name, but she did such a beautiful job right in that epic fantasy. Um, I'm trying to think of others. There is so many. Because remember, I went ahead and read so
Yeah,
many epic
Marvelous
fantasies
Michael
last year.
Anson, the firstborn of the
Yeah.
sun. Yeah, I got that as well. I got approved for
Yeah.
that. So
So yeah, there is so many.
I love the
You
cover
just
for
have to
that.
look,
Do I have it on here? Have I? I think
girl.
I've sent it to myself for sure.
That was, mind you, when I had got the book, there was no
Mm.
cover. It just only had what it had on there. But
the other one in the room is empty.
yes, it is empty.
Wonder why?
I don't know.
You did.
No, I didn't do that.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, that one is so good. Fantasy, or at least epic and high fantasy, is very male
Very.
dominated. I mean, I could understand that. I'm going to add those two fantasy books to my TBR run. Yeah, please do. There's so many. Well, Ren, we are not even halfway through the year, so you have time for sure. Yeah, no, that it's funny. I messaged her. I messaged her and was like, "This cover is everything. Like, I'm so happy you picked this cover." It was everything. It was exactly
Yes.
what I was thinking of when I was reading it, like for sure. But it's really good. Ren said, "And Molly, I hope you enjoyed them." And at Christina, yeah, for sure. Hopefully, I can make a dent in my TBR in the upcoming winter break since I'll be home over the month. All right, I hear you. All right, so I'm actually gonna pin it at Molly because we gotta get to another sprint. Uh, Give me a moment. What are you gonna be
I'm
doing?
gonna finish off. I think I've got like maybe I don't know how long, about a half an hour, 45 minutes left in this book. And
Oh,
then I am going to. I've got some books down here that need to go upstairs. So I need to
okay.
migrate those. So
So I'm gonna put it on for an hour and 45. That should be enough.
what time is?
10, 10:18 over here.
No, no. What time is Coda's one?
Oh, I end at 12. So he'll be picking up at 12. Yeah. I figured to get a good long sprint in. Cause
Picking out what?
hmm?
Picking out what?
What do you mean?
Like picking out medication or something?
No. No medication.
What is
Ever.
that going to do?
I don't know. Why are you asking me that? I don't know. All right, see y'all back in an hour and 45 in three, two, one.
Last. Is it time to go?
Yeah, we're gonna go. All right. Welcome back. Sorry about
Diddy!
Hey, baby.
sorry about the time thing. You know, my brain. I swear.
She's
I'm
tired.
tired. I really am. I really am.
Mama be working.
Yes. This is like the most where my whole body and muscles has been like used in a long time. So I just need some rest. So we'll get that. So since we're at the tail end, we'll do Libby's story time and song right now, and then we'll do all the chatty bits at the end. So, are we ready?
Yeah. And 3, 2, 1. Libby story time.
Go ahead.
Now, once upon a time, Billy and Bingo and Mom and Dad were playing Papa Crow. On the sun, they couldn't go sleep, but they tended to wake up. What? They asked their mommy if she's staying up. She said, no, you have to go to sleep.
Mm,
Until she said that to on the Sunday, she was not wanting to go sleep on the sun. And
really? Good.
yeah.
All right. Good job.
Now, ready for song time of dance, child? Ready,
Yeah.
set, go. When you dance a hitter, not your fingers. Put your last bones and snap your fingers. And there you go, son. Then snap your finger. I'm the little teacher. Snap your finger. Come and say it. Come snap your finger. Come and say your popular words. Snap your finger. Come and say you sing a song. Snap your finger. Come and say you want. Come say you want. Snap your finger. Come say that. Snap your finger. Snap your finger. Come say one second, please.
Jeez.
Snap your finger. It's time of day. Snap your finger.
Good job. Good job. Yay. Oh man, that was good. High five.
Nailed it.
Yes, you did. You nailed it. All right. All right. So let's go ahead and get back into the comments. Let me go ahead and chop this. And then that way we do get in. All right. So we have stopped at Molly. Um, She said apparently the Pattern series is 4 books plus another that Butler withdrew. Okay. I have to look at that because I only saw 3 in the series, but if there was another one, well, that's interesting. Christina said, I am trying to read Every Last Secret by A.R. Torrey, but one character is so bad that I'm having a hard time with it. That can always be a problem when reading. Child, I believe it. Uh, Let us know how far you made it though. That I would love to know. Or do you plan to DNF it anytime soon? Ren said, at Molly, thanks for the rec for the Aaron Rice. Molly said, I read Dragon's Egg with the book club and was expecting fantasy, but I love science fiction too and enjoyed the book. Oh, that's good. I mean, it was still more of like a win-win situation anyway. Like you still read it and it still turned out to be good. Christina said, how is North is the Night going, Didi? Did you find that one spicy part?
Yeah. It wasn't as considering what Emily's written in the past. It weren't that spicy, but yeah, it was. And I think I don't know why, because it's an Emily Raft book. I did expect spice. I expected it a lot earlier, but having her what she's included in it, I'm happy at the level at which it is. I feel like anything outside of what she's written would have detracted from the story. So I'm really enjoying the book.
Mm, that's good. Jean said hello to Keita and Dee and Princess. Reading for the fans at 50%. Still loving my smutty time.
You're just silly.
Yeah. Molly said, I'm never quite sure what counts as epic fantasy.
Well, if everyone heard the story, make sure to say to Diva story and song.
Well, then you'll get that diva story and song next time, okay? All right. What counts as an epic fantasy? It's like, I mean, once you start tapping into magical, supernatural elements and like the politics of it all, and then I guess even dragons, to be honest, like once you have those elements or one or a few two two elements of it, it can count as an epic fantasy. But yeah, there's like so many different versions of epic fantasies though. So it is kind of hard to narrow it down because I do feel like it's more of a broad term than more of a stricter term, if that makes sense. Because while I can sit there and say that, to other people, they may view it as
Mm.
something else completely different, you know. But in my like sense of generalization, I would have to say like if we're going for epic, like super epic, I think you can actually count like Game of Thrones, um, even the John, what's his name? John Goodwin,
Oh yeah, Goodwin,
Godwin,
John
the
Gwyn,
Malice,
Yeah.
John Gwyn. Um, even Evan Winters, like those are epic fantasy, but we're getting into like um the magic of it, like the magical supernatural elements of it. Then you will probably go with the female authors that kind of put the fantasy and magic in between, and then the politics is what actually brings it all
Mm.
together. Um, in my personal opinion, I think the politics is what makes the fantasy all the worthwhile from beginning to the end, because that's what brings the plot and what drives the plot in the book. But yeah, I don't know. Do you agree or
No,
disagree?
I agree. Um, Christina put in epic fantasy is usually not of this world, so magical realism is of this world. So that's where you've got like, so like Babel would probably be magical realism, whereas like you said, with the like Malice and all of that would not be because it's not of this world. Same thing with,
Mm-hmm.
although maybe not high fantasy, but like Fourth Wing would probably be from that definition kind of fantasy because it's not of this world. It's
Mm-hmm.
created within its own
Right.
world
Like its
and has
own
its own,
world building.
yeah, yeah, exactly, has its own world, its own rules and things of that nature. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ren said, that's true. I think I'm only familiar with the highly publicized authors because in South Africa, aside from books written by South African authors, only super popular books are easily found in stores, which is true. And it's one of the reasons why, like, it's important for us to be going to like indie stores or libraries and stuff like that because there's so many gems within that you just never know until you're actually like really looking and you're like, wow, I cannot believe like this book was sitting here.
Yeah.
And it is our job as booktubers to point these things out and recommend these books as much as we can if you think that this book is worth the read, or worth a discussion to talk about. So yeah, very important. Okay, Molly said, I'm heading off now for journaling sprints in hope of inspiration. Good, good. All right, so let's just skip all of my literal brain fart. I swear to you, it was such a
It
huge
was a
brain fart.
brain
It
fart
really
because of
was.
me.
Yeah. Okay. Ren said, decided to watch YouTube, started the Ashley Bella video, and A Mermaid's Kiss just joined the TBR. I don't think I read any mermaid stories, so excited to get into that.
Mm.
I
Yes.
love mermaids.
Yes, we
I need
know.
to read more.
Yes.
Mermaid, little sea. Mermaid, sea to everybody.
Wow. Thank you for that. Yeah, Mermaid's Kiss, that one was like my first dark romance, like introduction into dark romance. It was good because I didn't think I would really be into it, but that's probably because I read her Belvedere saga and was like very intrigued as to where she was gonna go with A Mermaid's Kiss. So I thoroughly enjoyed A Mermaid's Kiss for sure. But I do know some people who wasn't a fan of it, and that's okay because
Who's the author for that one? Is that the
uh
Darlene?
no, this one here is Ashley Bello.
Okay.
Yeah. And she's written the hold on. She's written the Belvedere saga, and then her recent one is A Mermaid's Kiss. And a mermaid is spelled differently, so it has Myr
Nyrta.
Maids. But yeah, I do love both of those. And even with the Belvedere saga, that one is an epic fantasy because it is a world building in it, and it has all the fantasy elements with it, everything. But it's so good. I love the whole saga. Ren also said in the Belvedere saga as well, my TBR is growing as per usual. It will always grow. It will always be unlimited at this point. We will never finish. We will never finish. Hey Kiana, how are you? Yeah. Ren was enjoying your singing and your story time.
Thanks. And I'm
And
squished.
yeah. And Kiana said, getting ready to go to Costco, listening to Darius the Great.
Costco
Is not okay.
Is a place.
It is to go food shopping.
Cool.
Yeah. And then everybody was enjoying it, giving applause and more snaps with the fingers. Everybody's saying, hey.
Thank you for following my song.
Yeah.
And snap your finger. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah. And Christina said the story is good. I'm at 50% and finally found out who died. All right, good. Christina said, yeah, Didi, it was a wee spicy, but it was there.
Yeah.
Did it, like, was it forced in
No.
the story? Okay.
No. It makes sense for what it was. It makes sense. And it literally is like she mentions the spice happens, they move on, and that's it. But I mean, there was a couple other instances, but they're not drawn out. It makes sense for the story and where they are now.
Okay. Yeah, then I love those when it's not forced and it's just like gradually happens because those don't usually happen in books for sure.
Because to be fair, if you took it out, it would where they are in the story now would. I mean, you could have off. It could be like fade to black and still make sense, but in the overall story, you need it to happen.
Yeah, I understand. Christina said, please remember to show some love to the like buttons and ring the bells. We have beautiful conductors, hosts, and guest co hosts on this KuKi MAYhem train. Also said, Coda is the final stop on the KuKi MAYhem train, arriving at 2 p.m. EDT / 12 p.m. NDT / 7 p.m. BST. And the link is there for you guys. Christina said, epic usually means big, soul, fantastical creatures, dragons, fairies, etc. on an epic journey, i.e., Lord of the Rings or Wheel of Time. Yes, for sure. for sure.
We'll subscribe you.
Also said fourth wing is technically an epic fantasy, but considered more of a beginner or intro into fantasy, at least by some. I mean, I actually do agree that it is an epic fantasy because of the world building.
What you're
Is
talking
it
about? Fourth
over
wing?
there?
No, it isn't. Go
You're
ahead.
talking about fourth wing?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, technically, fourth wing is epic fantasy. Yeah,
yeah, it is.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Doo-doo-doo. Kiana said, "This is a dance competition weekend too." Ooh, child, you gonna be busy, honey. You've been busy, but this is busy for sure.
Thank
Oh,
you, everyone, for listening to my song.
yeah, because now Christina gave you hearts.
Thank you, DT. Thank you for walking into my Libby Storytime Libby song.
Yes, and Lily gave you hearts.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, and then Christina said, "Is it is just that this book has a dual POV, and one of them, the characters, has no dimension. All her parts are just about one thing, and it is her whole purpose in life or something." Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I could, yeah. So if you have one where there's like no dimensions, like nothing going
I'll
for
be
it,
back. Give me a second.
Mhm. And then you are just left with nothing,
Where's Steve?
don't worry about it. Yeah, I can understand that. But if it's still moving to where you can actually get through the book, then I would just like keep on going just to kind of see where it goes. And that is breaking her boss's loyalty to his wife, but does not want anyone around her own husband. Child,
I know, you're crazy.
that sounds like a whole mess. Come on, child, can you up? Lord.
I'm okay.
Yes, I know
I'm
you are.
okay, Dee.
Yeah, you're like leaning all over my arm. Jesus. But yeah, so even the Akatar series, like that's an epic fantasy. Um, what else? The Priory of the Orange Tree, like that's an epic fantasy. Like those are epic fantasies. I am just yelling at the character a lot. Yeah, yeah.
Please don't.
And trying not to eat while reading her POV. Oh my god, is it really that bad?
Really? You're
It's
crazy.
it's gotta be like that bad if it's doing that to you. I think like at some point I probably would have just stopped reading it, but hopefully better for it. Whew, let me see. So everything, so we are caught up. I thought I had a
Bye,
whole lot.
DT.
No, ain't no bye.
Where's Steve?
She just went, took care of something. Okay, okay. Why? Do you want to sing another song?
Yeah, the same.
Did you want it to tell a story?
No.
No. You sure?
I'm sure.
Positive.
Sure.
Okay. You can say it if you want.
DT, I want to say.
How about chat?
How about chat, please? I
Mhm.
want to tell you something,
What?
Dee and Christina. Dee and Christina, I want to tell you that. I don't want to say that. I love you, Dee and Christina.
Okay.
Okay, maybe she don't say.
Well, she can't. She probably can't hear you because she's off the camera. Okay. Duh. Ren said, "Do you differentiate between epic and romantasy? So
Thank
do
you
you
for
think that a
sending
book
hearts
can
up
be
there.
epic and romantasy at the same time?" I think it can be both. The problem is that when they rely too heavily on the romance, it takes away from the story, and then it gets muddled into the story a little too much, and then I get bored and I don't like it. But it is technically an epic fantasy. Like it really is. It just it the other element is the romance. But I'm not a romantic person. I don't like it. All because of they rely too heavily on the romance and most times it's forced and it's not done properly to where that one thing is being neglected while the other one is being forced down your throat so heavily. I.e.
Hey Dee,
ACOTAR
I wanna
series.
talk to you about something,
You wanna
DT. I wanna say that I love
I
you,
love you too,
DT.
baby girl.
Ren had asked a good question was that do you differentiate hold on. Do you differentiate between epics and romanticy? Or do you think that a book can be epic and romanticy at the same time?
Oh, that is a good question.
So my answer was yeah, it can be at the
Mm.
same time. So I took the ACOTAR series for example. It can be at the same time. The problem is that they rely too heavily on the romance, and then it gets shoved down your throat that we tend to forget that it is an epic
Yes.
fantasy.
Yes. 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 I think there's that, and I think because people, the way that romance is seen within books, and how the big influence of like book talk and bookstagram and all of that when it comes to romanticy, I think it strips that
Hmm.
epic part of it, and so people
Hmm.
overlook that actually this this is an epic fantasy. For example, now that you say that, because I think because of the popularity of ACOTAR, Fourth Wing, and such, and people don't necessarily like the authors that much. They diminish the fact that actually these are epic fantasies. But if you look at other
Fantasy.
romantasy series like um, When the Moon Hatched, or the Nyaxia series by Clarissa Broadbent, those are really well done. And again, those have a romantic element to it, and are, could be
Hmm.
technically classed as um, epic fantasies. So, yeah, I
Hmm.
would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. We got somebody coming.
Hi.
Paula. Yes. Say hi.
Hi,
Hi, Miss
Paula.
Libby.
She couldn't wait to tell you.
I will be
Lord.
on camera momentarily. I've just got out of the shower, so I'm looking like a little bit of a drowned rat right now. So,
No worries. No worries. No, you're good. We was just talking about like differentiating between epic fantasy and romantasy. Do you have any opinions on that?
I think romantasy was added just to sell more books to girlies, in my
Mm,
opinion. Because, I mean, epic fantasy can have romance in it. So, I
Hmm.
think it's just another way to sell more books, in my opinion.
Agreed. And then it's like, do you feel like it's forced?
Sometimes.
yeah, sometimes.
Hmm.
Like yeah, I think that's one of the things that I keep zoning out from because it's like I want to give it a chance, but like every book that I've read is just like,
Mm.
why?
Mm.
Why? Did we really need that? Can we build up on this? Can we try not to just shove it down? Same thing could be said with Fourth Wing. Now, while I do only like it for just the dragons, I can't even tell you the characters' names because I don't remember them and I don't really care. So I know that it's an epic fantasy because it's a world building. We got characters, we got all of the dragons in
Hmm.
the world. It's a school and everything, all the elements that brings all of it together, including the
Hmm.
politics, right? But when you have boy meets girl,
Mm-hmm.
boy, don't like girl, but then see her in a different way. Okay. And then they start knocking boots, and then you're like, what
Well,
just
to be
happened
fair,
here?
I feel like Fourth Wing specifically is kind of I think because the bird who wrote it, what's her name?
Rebecca,
Yeah, what
Becky,
Yeah,
is her name?
Rebecca
she
Young.
Yeah.
was. Yeah, she was predominantly
Right.
a romance writer before she like wrote Fourth Wing. So I feel like Fourth Wing is basically a romance with a fantasy skin on it. Um. So.
So more romance than
Mm,
fantasy.
I feel like she's the fantasy has grown the further along the books have got. But
Mm-hmm.
for Fourth Wing specifically, I feel like it was just straight up like it was just fantasy for fantasy's sake, just to be like, just to sell
Yeah.
it to another audience. But I feel
Mm-hmm.
like the world building definitely has picked up throughout the other two books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree because it has picked up. And even though I had to sit there, I skipped that whole chapter. I promise you I did.
That's
Entire
fair.
thing. I was like, absolutely not. I will not sit here and listen to
To be
this.
fair, Iron Flame needed 2 or 3 more passes through an editor. There's no need for that much back and forth throughout that book.
Hmm.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I don't know how I feel about the ending for us to even get into the third book, but I still felt like I was left with more questions than answers. And I was like, listen, where are we going with this story? Because I thought we were going in a good direction. And up until I felt like I had more questions than answers. I don't know why. Like it was
Mm.
frustrating me. And then the minute that the frustration left, I wanted to literally throw the phone because then what happens in the middle of my frustration, I get even more mad because now a hookup scene is happening, and then here we go. And then I'm like, no, that's not what I needed. I needed answers. I needed answers. Um and it's one of those issues that we have when it comes to the romantasy is when we have more questions than answers, and then next thing you know, that romance hit. And then I'm like, I did not ask for
I
this.
mean,
I did
hate sex is a thing. I get it, but it feels like that they kind of like used like basically bumping uglies as to like as a coverall for everything.
Mm.
it's so weird though. It's so weird. It's
Mm-hmm.
awkward. It's awkward. And then on top of that, I'm like, how do I feel about this frail looking girl doing
Mm.
this?
Or she's portrayed to be
That part,
frail. Because is Violet truly frail?
right.
Really and truly?
Well, it said that like Rebecca like basically wrote her to have like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome like she has.
Mm.
So
Hmm.
it's like the
Um, I can't stand that series. I really can't. But every time it come out, I'll be the first one to get this audiobook because I'm like,
I
I'm just
have to.
like,
I
all
have
right,
to
dragon,
know.
we
But to be
going.
fair, I'm here for the
Yeah,
dragons. To be fair, I'm
that's
staying for
it.
the dragons and all the dragon stuff. I could
That's
give
it.
two about the rest of it. To be fair,
Right.
when Fourth Wing came out and I read it, and it was just like how everyone was giving it. Oh my god, this is the best ever, and the spicy is so spicy. I was like, have you guys never read spicy before? This is
Right.
bell pepper level of spicy. This is not even a chili pepper. Hello.
No. In fact, I would probably have to give it a
Mm,
one
it's
on that, on the
mm-mm.
spice.
It's not even chili adjacent. It might as well be a tomato.
Basically.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And it's cool because you know what? Again, it's reaching an audience that probably is new
Uh-huh.
to that. It's reaching an audience that oh my God, I found something that fits for me. So we're not negating and we're not
Mm-hmm.
taking away. I just think like there's just a certain demographic of an audience that it
Mm-hmm.
caters to, and God will, because it is catering to y'all, and y'all will just spend those coins
To
and
be fair,
get it. Me, I
yeah, I feel like it's kind of like, I won't say this generation's, but kind of like another. This is like another iteration of Twilight. It's like we can hate on Twilight as much as we
right.
want, and we all know that book's trash or that series is trash. We get it, but the thing is, it got so many people reading and so many people back into the hobby of reading, so I can't fault it on that score.
Oh my God. Wait, did any of you like read the
I haven't
Twilight
Mm-hmm.
finished it.
series before?
I have.
I haven't
Oh, you
finished
still
it.
have it? Okay. So did you read it before watching the movie,
Yeah.
Fola?
I've got like Twilight holds a special place for me because me and my partner were living long distance at the time, and after a
Okay.
while, you run out of things to talk about down the phone. You're like, "So, how's your day been? How's work? You know, what you have for tea? That kind of thing." So after a while,
Right.
you run out of stuff to talk about. So he read the Twilight books down the phone to me, so
Mm.
which is just
Mm.
like, no, because it was the series that was like big and thing, and it's
Series.
like, it was just like, well, might as well. So
Right.
it definitely holds a
Exactly.
special place for me. I think it's like, but that's because I have those memories with it. But the books themselves, kind of trash.
Mhm. Agree. Agree. Kiana said for some reason I thought it was an epic fantasy if it was a series. Talking about
Fourth Wing,
the
yeah.
fourth wing.
But just
Mm-hmm.
talking about like the
Everybody's saying
romantasy and the romance and having a romance author write a fantasy, I think there was a reservation with reading the book that I'm reading now, which is North is the Night, because Emily, for me, I know Emily Raff to be a romance author,
Mm-hmm.
and especially one that writes a lot of spicy scenes.
Mm-hmm.
But this book is
Mm-hmm.
so good, and this is where when we
Mm-hmm.
talking about having people who write
Younger?
typically write different genres step into writing other genres.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a really good example of don't judge a book by its cover. Just because she's written other books
Right.
doesn't mean that this book is gonna replicate that or be like like
Mm.
like we said is a romantasy, but it's because there it isn't. It really it does.
Uh.
Does it have spice in it? Yes. It does it have some elements of romance in it? Yes. But the writing,
Mm-hmm.
the world building,
Mm-hmm.
the lore in which she's drawing you can tell that there was a lot of research put into
Mm-hmm.
this, and so
Unlike with Rebecca, who just went, I need names, I need sounding names, I need,
yeah.
like, that kind of thing, and I'll just, like, I will take from Gaelic, or Gaelic, because even I'm pronouncing it wrong,
Yeah.
the Gaelic language, and just butcher it and pronounce it how I want to pronounce it. It's like,
Mhm.
no, if you are gonna, especially like straight up steal the language, at least pronounce it the way it's supposed to be pronounced.
Absolutely. Right. Exactly. Which is, like I said, is one of the reasons why I respect Tracy Dion when she
Mhm.
did that. Because she literally put the pronunciation of these
But
words
yeah.
so that way you understand how it's being pronounced, how it's said. So, hopefully on the audiobook sense
Mhm.
of it, that they have done a good job pronouncing those words. Because I never listened to the audiobooks of
Mhm.
Legendborn. I just practically prefer reading it
Mhm.
physically because there's a lot of grief, loss, all of that happens in the book, and I prefer to feel it as I'm
Mhm.
reading it instead of hearing it as I'm reading it. So yeah, I mean, again, to each his own, in these romanticy stuff. But y'all see me, I'd be like ready to burn my eyeballs out from these books. That it be driving me
Mhm.
crazy. Um, Ren said at Kiana, same. I thought if it was a long series, it's an epic.
Mm.
Oh, okay. I mean, not really, because you can actually do a whole world building if it was one book. I don't think it necessarily has to be a
Mm.
series. If you can get, I always tell people, if you can get beginning, middle, and an end and still have a world building, you have a story. Okay? You don't need nothing else, no other books to tie into it. The reason for these series that keep happening is because we're in America to where they want
Mm-hmm.
more money. So they know that the author can crank out more than one book in a series, they are going to do that. It's called coins, people. They want the coin.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care if it's a one book. They want to capitalize off of this here book. So they're going to have them sign contracts that puts them in a 3 book deal or
I mean,
4 book deal. Five, I
that's how I felt
believe.
about the Divergent series. I feel like that should have been a standalone, but I feel like they made her
Right.
sign for a 3 book deal because trilogies were popping off at that time, and that's how it had to be. But the rest,
Mhm.
the other books in the Divergent series are basically, I feel like it just kind of takes away what being Divergent is in the first place. It was like
Mhm.
you kind of just ruined the series with the other 2 books. It's like you could have just, yeah, you should have just left it.
I agree. I don't know. I agree. I do love the books though. I do. I love the books. I think if it wasn't for the movies, it wouldn't have tainted my memory of it. But I love the books. I really do. I didn't even care that it was 3 books. I just think it didn't translate well on the screen. I think they should have went in a different direction, or maybe a different director, to be honest, or different
Cast.
set of actors, and just leave Theo James as his character. Just cut everybody out, like just cut everybody out. So yeah, that's
See, it's
how I
like
feel about it.
even good actors in that movie were bad.
The next
Hmm.
thing, more than
Yeah.
likely, it's more to do with the
Mm-hmm.
director, and the script, because
Yeah.
you can't do
Yeah.
anything if you've got a bad script or a bad director.
As they say, you can't
Right.
polish a, you know.
Hmm.
I'm trying to be diplomatic because of
Hmm.
little ears.
Yeah. No, you're good. Christina said there is usually some kind of romance in a fantasy. It is all about where the focus is. Is the focus on the romance or on whatever else is going on? Okay, understandable. It's just if it's not forced, okay? I think there is a way of doing a really good romantasy if it's not forced. You build on it. So that way we can be on the journey of these two people and get the understanding of the different layers of these people. And in that way we can care. Like there is a way of doing it. I do not care about these
But,
characters in
I
the
mean, to
fourth
be
length.
fair,
I want to.
they do it in movies as well. Because I mean, when Peter
Mhm.
Jackson did The Hobbit, and he ended up like getting that whole romance between what's her face and I'm there watching the movies
Yes. I
going,
mean,
excuse me, this did not happen. What is happening? Why? We don't need this.
girl, I looked at it and never read the books, and I was looking like,
Mm-mm.
mm-mm. I said, let's move on. Move on. I can't. No, so I agree. Yeah, it's the same
I
thing
think
in the
it's just to
movies.
try
It's the
and
same.
get as much audience as possible. Because I mean, I don't get me wrong, I like my smutty books, I like my romance, I like all the things. But I also like
Hmm.
my high fantasy, epic fantasy, whichever whatever you want to call it. But they
Hmm.
they don't have to have epic fantasy doesn't have to have romance.
Hmm. It sure doesn't. And I feel like is more stronger if you do put more epic fantasy in front
Hmm.
than the romance.
See, I feel like the romance has to be a secondary part to the thing. It has to make sense within the book.
Yeah.
It
Yep.
can't just be there because it has to be there. You know?
Right. Literally. Kiana also said, and like a standalone is just a fantasy. Again, regardless if it's a standalone or a series, I feel like you can do both. Okay, when it comes to epic, as long as you have a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's just that we are in a world where they just want money all the time. So they are making people write and crank out series. And sometimes a lot of people don't know, a lot of these authors don't know what to do. You don't have, all right, it's all right. You don't have something to where it's like, sorry to put it out there, but you don't have someone where it's like a J.K. Rowling where she already had like a beginning, middle, and an end, only for you to know that these were the series that's what exactly she was trying to put out. She knew it was going to be a series. Okay, you knew you were going to be on this journey throughout these books until the end. I mean, if you've seen her the way she set everything up, how she had it mapped out, that is a person who sat down and knew this was going to be a series. She knew there was going to be a beginning, a middle, and an end. They just went ahead and capitalized off of the movies and banked on, oh, we can split the last book. You didn't really need to do that. You could have just compiled it into that one big movie, and then that was it. And let's not forget all the other stuff that should have went into some of these movies, and then they decided to take it out of the movies because the books is a little bit different. So yeah, anyway, I could go on and on about that. Akatar is an epic and a romantasy because of the focus on that part. Yes, and it was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. So we can move on from that. Ren said, yeah, I agree with the Akatar series analysis. I like the first book because it was marketed as a Beauty and the Beast retelling, and it gave those vibes. But then it just became the Razan and
Feyre.
Did I say that right?
Rhysand and
Feyre.
Feyre. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I wasn't those two in the Akatar series?
Rhysand and Feyre were in the Akatar series, but it's Tamlin that's the main guy in Akatar.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I'm remembering. I'm remembering the names now. Yeah. Didn't like it though, but I remember the name. Christina said yes, that too, Kiana. Epics do usually have more than one book. They do, unfortunately. Ren and everyone and their mom was falling in love and finding their mate, even though finding a mate was stated to be a rare occurrence. Yeah. Yeah. Christina said, in series like, stop. What's HO?
She meant Harry Potter. HP.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I tell you, I don't know these acronyms.
I saw it when she did it.
Okay, good. All right. So in series like Harry Potter, even though there are a lot of books, it's not an epic because it is of this world. Yeah, agreed. Even though the world building, I see it. Even though it is a world building, but it's a world building within the reality.
So it's classed as urban fantasy.
Lane
Molly. That's Molly.
Oh, it's Molly. Oh, okay. Hi, Molly. Sorry.
Hi, Molly.
Back briefly to say I put a link to a live stream about Parable of the Sour in the KuKi Discord. All right, cool. Thank you. And Kiana said, Fourth Wing is dragging for me. Oh, yeah. I forgot that you was reading it. Oh, is this your first time reading it?
I've read it several times. But yeah, it still drags for me.
Kiana, get the graphic audio.
I I'm a rereader, so it's like if I'm reading a series, when the new book comes out, I will reread the ones previous just to get back in the world and get back in the thing. That's just how I do. That's how I've always done it. So I will reread them. But
You will never
but I
see
will say
me.
the graphic
You will
audio for Fourth Wing and Iron Flame especially because the book dragged so much.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I didn't even get the chance to to listen to the graphic audio for either of them books. I just sat there and just decided to drain my ears of the something else. And then I was like, but the narrator for whoever's doing the narration for the
Mhm.
dragons, I promise you, I be ears perked up for those.
Like, hello.
With what?
Hello.
Okay.
Growl at me
I
some
was
more.
here.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. But nah, they do a good job with
Mhm.
the dragon voices. Yeah. Those are the ones. Ren said, yeah, I agree with what everyone said. I think what's marketed as romantasy is entryway, epic fantasy. And at the time, romance books were at their peak on Book Talk, and the girls were buying whole
Mhm.
series. Yeah, yeah, agree. And backlogs of romance authors, and they needed that type of buy-in for fantasy books. Even though I think fantasy writers already have strong fan bases, I do believe, yeah, because there's like a big, huge, yeah, I know, it's a big, huge chunk of fans that love fantasy
Mhm.
a lot. So I don't think it was any difference of them shifting to romance if they were diving into the romance, department, or having romance fans dive into fantasy. I feel like some of them had like pretty much transitioned into being in love with romantasy for those who were romance girlies, and then they're done transition into loving romantasy, and then the fantasy girlies who love fantasy transition into
Fantasy.
the romantasy
Yeah,
too.
I think it's
Which is
just
the
So
gap.
another thing of like the publishers realizing that like women be reading. It's not just men that read fantasy, and they're just like, oh, okay, let's cater to all the women. And seeing as romance is
mhm,
pretty much like the highest selling genre,
mhm, right,
let's whack that in there.
exactly, right. Yeah, I mean, I do believe that they have capitalized on something, and now they just striking while the iron is
Hmm.
hot at this point. Hmm. Ren said people still believe another Game of Thrones book will come, even though there's more TV series content than book content. I mean, not really, because they're just taking all of his books and just turn it into TV series. So in his head, he's like, why do a Winds of Winter when y'all just sitting up there just taking all of my previous books and turning it into a TV series? I would have just sat back and relaxed too. I'd have been like, what book? I ain't doing nothing. Y'all taking Fire and Blood. Y'all turned that into House of the Dragon. And then now y'all about to take us what is it, the Knights of the Seven Kingdom? That's about to come out. He's living good. Let's just put it that way. He's eating steak and shrimp every day. Okay. He's doing very much well. Um, Livia said my video is up and my dinner is cooking in the oven, sausages and potatoes.
Ooh,
Ooh, yeah,
yummy.
that is yummy. Livia said hi, Paula.
Hi, Paula.
And Ren said, I think Rebecca Yarros is going with the flow with the Fourth Wing series. I don't think there was a predetermined plot line.
Maybe.
Maybe. I Nah, I think she signed that deal
Mm.
pretty early. And she's like, I mean, you could tell when they get lazy, but even the laziness, they still sign that deal early. You
And
could
to
tell.
be fair, I it's
Um,
like I'm using air quotes plot twist at the end of like the first one. I was just like, did anybody else see that coming miles away?
I didn't.
No? Oh, okay. I did. I was just like, that's obvious.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting it mixed. I did see that one coming. Not the second book, but I did see the
Mm.
first one. I know what
I
you're
Mm-hmm.
saw.
talking about.
I
Yeah.
knew something with the general would happen for the second book. I just
Mm-hmm.
didn't know in what fashion.
Yeah.
That
Mm-hmm.
that yeah.
See, that's what I mean. It's like with romance, it's very formulaic. You know exactly what you're getting. So I feel like when they do
Mm-hmm.
it, when it's like, don't get me wrong with the fantasy or whatever, most of the time you don't know where it's going because it's fantasy. It's like, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
when you add that romance element, it feels like that they've, uh, I say, like they know how to write this way. So it feels like the
Mm-hmm.
plot points that you're getting are glaringly obvious. That could just be a me thing, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Ew, what?
I understand.
Yum.
Yep. Ren says smut in the middle of the war is madness.
Mm.
Facts. I couldn't agree with you more. It is a very entertaining series. You know what? Don't get me wrong. It is. I think I'm just like I just don't like the characters. I think like I can't. Like they especially that a lot of y'all like the boyfriend a little too much and I'm just
Mm.
like absolutely not. Like he trust me when I say he would not have been in my peripheral
My
at all.
favorite is Rhiannon. Give
Uh-huh.
me more Rhiannon.
Mm-hmm.
She's the
Yeah.
goat right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For sure. Um Molly said, forgot to say I'm all yes, it's okay. Didi caught it for me and that's all I needed. Because I would have been lost. Christina said, well, that may be true, Ren, but she already stated that there will be 5 books, so she has to have some idea. Now she do. It's just you can have if you're doing a 5 book, you can have at least like one or two that's pretty
Mm,
slow. Let's just say that. Okay. We'll give it a grace. But I have read a series, a 5 book series where we're
very
picking
slow.
up each time. Okay. So I'm sure she has it together. It's just she may just have maybe 1 or 2 books in that series where it's just slowing down for right now until it just picks right back up towards the end. But at this point, things are going to have to start wrapping up, especially now that we have 3 books so far. You're going to have to start wrapping things up in the 4th book and tie it up in a bow for the 5th one. So make that make sense and then make sure everybody has a full circle moment, especially with certain characters that I'm thinking of right now that needs to have a full circle moment, to be honest. Um, but we'll see how she does with the 4th one. Kiana said, I have never read or seen Twilight. Should I?
As for a cultural thing to get like the stupid references and stuff, I'd say yes. But only if you've got the time. Don't force yourself to watch it. I mean, if you've got some, like time, just kill, which I know you don't. But if you're
Nope.
ever down sick and just need to watch trash, feel free.
Right. I will say this. I feel like you had to be there at the moment of when it happened.
Yeah,
I hate
I
to
think
say
Fair.
you
Twilight was definitely of its time. If you weren't like, I started it, so for me to finish it, I feel like it's because, like you said, I was in it at that time. I just kind of came back out of it, but to go back in it, it wouldn't take
mm,
anything from me. But if you weren't in
hmm
it at the time and you haven't watched the movies, I'd be like, yeah, no.
and I don't know about watching the movies per
Mm.
se. It's again, it was a different
Yeah.
time. It was a different time. I mean, I feel like as because we're more adults now,
Mm.
I don't know if it will hit.
Yeah. I tried
I don't know if
watching
it will hit.
Twilight the other day. I switched it off at the part where they meet
You
each other
see,
in the car park. I said, this is not for me.
you see, exactly. But see, even though I've already seen it, I can actually sit
I
down
mean,
and just
this
watch
is
it as
true.
a marathon and just let it go. You get what I'm saying? But if you're just now coming into it at a certain age in your life, it's not
Yeah.
going to hit the same.
But
It's not. Because as I'm watching it, it was like, oh yeah, I remember how I
yeah.
was, during
But
those. You
saying
get what I'm
that though,
saying?
because like if we're saying that, does that apply to, like, let's say the Vampire Diaries? Because let me tell you something, baby, I could watch that right now and be like, yeah, you need to watch. Like, if that was the same question, I would be like, yeah, no, you have to watch that now. That I feel.
Have you read
If I'm
Have you
only,
read the books, the Vampire Diaries books?
I haven't read. I've read
Don't bother. They're boring. They're trash. The show is so much better.
first two, yeah, but that's because, well, no, not that's not because. So I've read the first three books, but they were all in one. So they don't. I think after I read the first couple books in the series, I was like, yeah, this doesn't follow on from the TV show. The TV show was so much better.
Definitely. Although they did Bonnie dirty. Just saying.
So dirty. So
So
dirty.
Yeah.
dirty.
So rude. So
Mm-hmm.
dirty. So rude.
Girl,
I think
no,
everybody.
don't even.
I feel like if you
Yeah.
there's nobody who ever watches that and does not say, why does Bonnie not end up with X? Because just in case you haven't watched it, why does she not end up? Because it doesn't make sense. Like, the chemistry is there, just the interaction is there. It made absolutely no sense. And I know everybody loved Bonnie with Enzo, but man, whatever. Yeah, exactly, Kida. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the one who went ahead and did that little trashy thing that he did in front of her? Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Christina said, okay, I looked it up. What I found. Uh-oh. Ren said at Christina, I hope so. Maybe she's taking more time for the next release because she wants everything to be more cohesive in the way it's laid out. The first three books were a bit sporadic, but still fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was still fun. Like, it's still a good time. I just can't really be
Right.
bothered with them. Um, Christina said, high or epic fantasy are usually interchangeable terms to describe your traditional fantasy stories that are huge in scope. These fantasy stories can have complete worlds, religions, history, languages, races, and political systems, and usually involve large quests, a varied cast of characters, and are long. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, to me, the Priory of the Orange Tree has all of that, what you just said. It has all of that. But romance was
Yeah,
far
but
from it.
Samantha
You
Shannon
know what I
can
mean?
write
Like, it
though.
was
Just
right.
saying.
Oh yeah. Now I would have to say again, Priory is my least favorite, to be honest, because I actually like The Day of Fallen Night. See, that's what I'm saying.
See, I haven't read
Girl,
Priory
don't.
yet. I've only read the Bone season. I've not finished that series, but I've read
Oh,
those, and they're really good.
We're reading this. I can't remember who. I think it's me, Jen.
You
Who
and
else did we
Anna
say?
and
Paula
Anna
and Anna. Yeah, we're gonna do Priory
in July.
from July. So we do
Yeah,
this July,
mhm.
then that's in August. Then the
and
third
then
one would be
in
September.
September when it's released.
Don't
I
listen
know
to
you
the
says.
audio.
He'd be saying, "Don't listen to the audio."
No,
Didi's like, I'm gonna do
don't.
it anyway.
I don't know. I be
Yeah,
listening.
that
No,
junk.
I do be listening to Kida. Kida knows that. Like, I do be listening. It depends. Like, if I'll be like, cool. If I have to multitask, then yeah, I'll stick on the audio. But if it's a case of, but a lot of people have said when it comes to certain fantasies, it's best not to do audio with it. So I'm good
Yeah,
with that.
I find that with like
The-
older fantasies, especially like older fantasy books. especially the audio. It's like some boring ass man that's just literally deadpan reading the book word for word, no inflection, and it's just like, why is this an audiobook? Someone redo it, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yo, it's just like
Oh
that
no.
in the Priory. Yeah.
Oh no.
But the day of Fallen Night, a full cast.
Ooh.
Isn't that like the most weirdest? So the same woman who narrated the Akatar graphic audio, the main character in the yeah. So she's the same one who did the Priory of the Orange Tree. And I was like, what? This is not how you were sounding in the graphic audio. What? Why are we this slow? I cannot believe it. Then the other question that kept popping up in my head is, why is this not a full cast? Because you're still representing North, South, East, and West. And I'm getting confused as to which one we are reading. But then we get to A Day of Fallen Night, and then you have the appropriate narrators for each and every one of them. I was like, you know what? Goodbye. I can't. I couldn't do it no more. Christina said she is taking more time because she wants to focus on her other series for a while. All right. She got it. Hold on. Ren said, I've only watched Twilight, and as the years go on, I think I like it less and less. LOL. All the love interests are creeps, and Bella needs to just take a nap and relax. Facts. But I still be watching it. It's so sad. I still watch it. And I will never give away those CDs.
You know.
Why? Why, mommy?
No, because I got them fair and square, buddy. Them suckers
Hey, don't
nowhere.
say scared because you're not gonna get them.
Yips. Ain't nobody gonna get them.
Like,
Nope.
you're gonna get them.
No. Nobody. Nobody's not touching those, and nobody's not touching the Sex in the City because I got those
I don't
fair and
know.
square.
Keita, if I come visit, I might get sticky fingers. Because Keita's that invitation box in the yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's the best way. All right. Ren said, yeah, I get what you mean. Many people say the Sword of is it Kagan?
Kaigan, yeah. I want to read that, yeah.
Is one of the best epics they've ever read. Okay.
And it's standalone.
It's a standalone?
No, is it? I think is it? I want to say that it is.
Let me know. Molly said, I'm catching up with the chat, but still here instead of journaling. No worries. We're still here. We only got 10 more minutes. Christina said, Percy Jackson is considered an urban fantasy because it is set in a modern setting. Yes, that is true.
Looks like Sword of Kagan is a standalone.
Yeah, standalone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, Ren said, yeah, because I think the Divergent book series ended differently compared to the movies. It did. Ren said, Bilbo in love? That's wild.
It wasn't Bilbo, it was the other dwarf.
Yeah.
In The Hobbit. It was one of the pretty ones. Not the blonde one, the dark one.
Yep.
I can't remember. Was it Philly or Killy? Whichever one. Either way, they weren't supposed to be a love interest.
Right. No, I understand. I know. Trust me. Christina said, yeah, true, Keita. I have not read it yet, but hubby has. But in Lord of the Rings, the romance with Aragorn was a blip in the book, but they made it bigger for the movies in order to appeal to more people. Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, but who is not in love with Liv Tyler? She is stunning. Let's just let's just put it out there.
I mean, you were definitely going to create a love interest. Okay. Definitely. Molly said, thinking about it more, I feel epic fantasy is world changing or world saving. That could be part element to it, but not like the full description of what an epic fantasy is. I just think like there's a multitude of different things, just like how Christina had worded it. Definitely, you have to have all of the elements in order for it to be an epic fantasy.
Yeah.
Hey Courtney.
Poorly and a deacon.
Hold on. Christina says there are. Ooh, I got nails on, so bear with me here. There are disagreements on the Harry Potter thing. Some think that there is so much world building, it is an epic. Others think that since it is of our world, it is not. And if Percy is urban, then HP should be. I just find books and read them, and dragons or fairies make everything better.
Yeah.
It's still, there's a fine line. I think we all can agree on. But if it's set in our world, it's not really epic, but there is a world building happening. It's just that if this world building was more of out of this world, more dystopian, otherworldly, in another area that we've never heard of before, that's epic fantasy. But because Harry Potter was set in a world where it's amongst us in London, in the human world, we are humans, then it's not really an epic fantasy. There is a world building happening, yes, but that world building is set in the confines of living amongst other humans. Okay, like there is a difference. They are communicating with us, we are communicating with them back. We are families with said people, and they are families with us too. Like there is a bloodline that flows into it that isn't epic fantasy related, if that makes sense. Correct me if I'm wrong in that, because I just want to make sure that we're saying the right thing. If it's a world building within the confines of the humans, then uh then it's not really an epic fantasy. It really isn't.
Mhm.
Um, Christina said, "Oh, sorry, finish that one."
Well, I feel like the how they add urban because it's of this word urban fantasy because it's thing. But when they say that things are like a paranormal, but they have paranormal is usually set in this world, but yet
Mm,
that doesn't have like it doesn't have the urban brand on it. It's just paranormal.
mm,
So
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look, I got
Um.
ice cream.
Yeah. Courtney said men think the world surrounds them. Christina said men read romance too. My hubby was liking the IPB series. What's
Ice Planet
IPB?
Barbarians.
Oh, okay. I heard of
Mhm.
that. Okay. And Christina said, I did, Paula. Christina said, I saw the second book's twisty ending too. Oh, for the fourth one, and now the third book. Okay, I get it. Molly said, I would say HP isn't urban because it's mostly not in an urban area. Okay. And I was shocked when I read the third book because for the first time I realized that Zayden is not a white man. And then Rebecca liked Instagram reel stated that Zayden wasn't white, but in all the fan art, he looks white
Mhm.
with a tan. Oh, yeah, I heard
Mhm.
about that. See?
It's like
Yeah. Okay.
she's clearly not done a great job of being descriptive of like the characters because obviously she's just described him as like hot and like oh my god he's so hot and
Oh, God.
that part really bugged me within Fourth Wing because it's just like okay you're setting up it's a fantasy and it's like why are you using a modern day slang term.
Right. Exactly.
It really bugged me. I don't know why my brain decided to focus on that so much, but I was just like, I can't stand how many times you say this guy is hot, and it's just like,
Yeah.
Pick a
No,
different word.
right. And
More
and
I
this
can't understand.
and this is me. No comment for that. Uh Courtney said yes, Kiana watched Twilight. Said
That's probably
yeah, the movies are a product of its time. The first one even has a weird filter on it that looks like early Insta back when people knew the filters by name. The Vampire Diaries is so fun. Yeah, it is a good time. I do love the Vampire Diaries. Christina said, no, don't read the books. Never say that, but they were not good. And then Ren said in the series after, I think it was called The Originals. Yeah, The Originals is good. I don't even care what anybody say. No, you ain't going to sit up there and talk nothing bad about The Originals.
Kid ain't lying. Kid
Original.
ain't
I
lying.
did love the originals, but I really like Elijah, and I feel like he got to show much more of himself in the originals. I was
Agreed.
like, yeah,
But
yeah.
they did Elijah dirty at the
I
end.
haven't finished the originals. I've not
Okay.
finished.
I haven't finished
I've
it.
not watched the final seasons of Vampire Diaries, and I've not watched the final seasons of originals because I just know it's just gonna hurt me. Just know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I won't spoil it, but they did Elijah dirty.
I believe
I,
you.
I
I
can
believe
feel it.
That's why I haven't finished it.
Same.
Okay. Yeah. No, because you ain't about to, we're not about to do the Kleenex. Nope. Nope. Christina said the originals is a spinoff and they happen at the same time after season three, I think. Olivia said count also me in July for the Buddy Read Didi. But the books are
I'll bet you
so
do.
hmm
Ooh.
yeah. Christina said, thank you for hosting this leg of our cookie journey. Kiki, Kita, Didi, Paula, and Princess Livy. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Then
Okay,
there's
we will.
and the boot camp readathon announcement and co-host TBR video is there. Please remember to show some love to the like button and ring the bells. We have beautiful conductors, hosts, and guest co-hosts on this KuKi MAYhem train. Kodo is the final stop on the KuKi MAYhem. He is about to start. He's just waiting on us.
What?
So all the links are there. Ren, yeah, it's a standalone. Uh, Christina said Divergent ended completely differently. Yes, it did. Christina said Killy, I believe. Yeah. Ren said, oh, now that I can kind of see, not happy about it, but nothing I could do about it. But Bilbo would have sent me into orbit. Oh, no. And Bilbo doesn't even like it when people visit his house, which is so relatable. Everyone must go home. Facts. Okay. Christina said, totally agree. I will call HP a fantasy, not an epic. Christina said, but it is also a children's fantasy, and you don't get a lot of children's epic fantasy.
What?
Molly said, I'm considering rereading A Song Below Water. Uh, I started the sequel today, but I've forgotten who the characters are. My options are reread or find a summary. Probably just reread it. Um, and there's like, okay, so give me,
Is it time to leave?
hold on, honey. Do. I feel like missing something. Okay, yeah. Coda is just waiting. It's a YA urban fantasy set in Portland.
Hey, Coda.
Hold on. Ren said, I agree, Christina. I really like the Amari and the Night Brothers, and I would say they're just fantasy, even though there's a journey and magic, but I doubt that I would have read it as a marketed age. Yeah, I agree. Um, do. Molly said, and I enjoyed it a lot a few years ago. Rand said the book seems too long for middle grade, but kids that are advanced readers wouldn't have a tough time with it. Yeah. Faithful Duo said, thank you. Thanks for hosting. No worries. And I know. We're just trying to get through the rest of these comments. Uh, everybody is saying thanks for the sprint. Okay. So I think we're all good. Everything. Yep. All right, guys. So this is it for the sprints. Thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you, Paula, for joining in.
Bye, Paula. Bye, Yuki.
Bye, baby.
Yeah, and so this here is the last day, and Coda is up. Thanks for everybody for tuning in for Livy's Storytime and Songs, and we will see you in next month for the Bootcamp Readathon.